Hello, hello. What up? What up, homies? It's been a little bit since I streamed. Sorry for the dead week. What is it? Thursday? And I haven't streamed at all this week. I came down with a little something on Monday. Haven't been feeling great, but I've been spending a lot of time working on trailers for Barony, footage collection, and editing, which I don't think is that exciting to watch. So we're back to things that I think are more exciting. Humbly. Let's see. Let's get my camera working again. Where is my camera? There we go. I have a thing where if I switch scenes, then my camera's like, yo, I'm already in use, bro. Don't be like that. Alright, I think I'll do a quick announce that I am working. Okay. Doing some swamp level design today. Boom. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and give it a minute, and I will be right back. Alright, folks, let's just get to it. So, to explain what's happening here, I wanted to take a break from doing trailer work. It's a grind putting together all the footage for trailers. The last trailer I made had about 60 shots in it that are displayed in a very short amount of time, and each shot required me to do setups and recordings in game, which were time consuming, and probably a good 10% of them weren't even perfect, just because of how hard it is to get a good shot in a game with so many procedural elements like Barony. So my brain's a little bit fried after spending the first half of this week doing that work, and I would rather do some level design. I'll get a lot done in a short amount of time, and it'll be a lot more fun for me. And you know what they say, what matters most is that I'm having fun. So everyone be saying that. So to give you an idea of what we're starting with, you may recognize this room, you may not. This is actually one room split into two different map files. So everywhere where it says map in this square, that is where I'm telling the game that you can load any of the possible maps with the same naming scheme and of the right size into this space. And this is what that map looks like. So this one, you can, if you go through this door, you can see what the room looks like on the outside. It's got two entrances. But if you look at it from the inside, you see it's got the tall ceiling, and you got this door with a narrow hallway, and that leads to one of the other doors. So this is a common room in the swamps that you have probably seen before if you played through them before, played the swamps before. So what I've done here, all I've done is I've split this from being one room all the time into two room pieces. And so when you see this room from the outside, you right now you already know what's going to be in it. But I'm going to be changing it so that there's many possible things that could be in it. That's the objective, is to make it so that there are many possibilities. So I'll be honest, I'm a little tempted to do something like this. And then just have the vast majority of these maps have a wall there. Why we can't eat the spoiled food, Cryface? What do you mean? You can eat spoiled food. you really want to. There's just a 25% chance you're gonna vomit. What's up, Grotesque? How you doing? So I think I'm gonna give this a shot. I'm gonna go ahead and make a wall here. Tasty, moldy -1 meat from ghoul. Yeah, you don't eat cursed meat, that's for sure. My favorite. I love it. Okay, so by adding, let's do a quick copy paste. By adding the wall to being part of this room that could get replaced out, I can have either like a third entrance in the bottom, or I can split this room in half in some variants so that you can get through the top side and through the bottom side, but not through the middle. So that gives me a lot of options. Oh, from the zombie chef. That's funny. Yeah, that's the only instance of broken food appearing in the game. So all food appears in the 4 levels of quality. It's either fresh, slightly aged, or moldy. But all items actually have 5 categories of condition, and the last category is broken most of the time. So I gave that ghoul chef broken food, which is rotten. Yeah. As an insectoid, that feels cringe, not gonna lie. That's really funny to me. So I mean, the real answer to your question is it shouldn't be in the game. Like, it's my fault. I designed that level, and I assigned the quality of that food to be broken. But I guess all I can say is that, I can either change that so that it's just spoiled food, as you say, or I can make it moldy instead, moldy and cursed, or I could leave it as rotten because it's like, dude, it's food that a ghoul made. You can't eat it. Just make it poison you forever. Well, that would require me making a new kind of item that then applies poison to you and eat it. We don't have such an item, and I'm not a programmer, so that would not be easy to add. But thank you for the suggestion. Make it poison you forever. I mean, that's funny. I love the idea of it poisoning for you. You poisoning you forever. That's hilarious. I mean, I could also just give him blood. Give him green blood. Be like, yes, this is what he was preparing for Bram to eat. He was being a chef for Bram. Okay. So we've added this wall. That means I can remove this wall if I want to. Let's go ahead and save this. Oh wait, we gotta go ahead and do this. And this as well. There we go. Okay. So now what we have is a world of limitless possibility, where instead of this room always looking like this, I'm going to have at least 5 different possibilities for other things it could look like. And actually, real quick here, I want to put swamp stones underneath it. And you would only ever see these if for some reason this room spawns next to a pit, which is totally plausible. Now it will look like there are foundation stones down there rather than more of the same cobbled bricks. So these, when you're designing procedurally generated levels, you have to think about all this stuff. And there's a few like edge cases that I can never really account for, and those sort of stick in my craw. But like, because I never know what context these are going to show up in. So, what I did for the mines is I went through all 32 levels, maybe 34 levels, and I added 5 variants each. So I multiplied the amount of levels effectively that you see in the mines by 5. I'm going to do the same thing with the swamps. And it starts with this. Replicating the room that was already there by splitting it into these 2 files. And then now that this is done, I make a version B, variant B, I'm going to go ahead and save that immediately as Swamp 01B. And now I have to come up with a new idea. So it's very useful for me to keep this other, the base room for reference on the left here, so that I know where the doorway is. And I don't get confused about what the structure of the room is, given that it's missing that external element. So, I mean, we can sort of blank slate it like this, and just be like, okay, now it's an empty, open room. In theory, that could be a valid idea for a room, but it's a little boring for me, in my humble opinion. One of the other things I'm going to be doing as I go through here is, now that the swamps have the swamp doorways, I'm actually going to be trying to frame more doors with these yellow logs, because that's what the doorways are made out of in the swamps now. Rather than being made out of white stone. Okay, so I personally don't think an empty room is very compelling. But I do like the idea of like a pit. So, and actually, like we did over there, let's go ahead and put foundation stones on the bottom of this. Like that. Like so. So that if there's pits inside this room, then you will see foundation stones instead of cobblestone or grass on the walls, which we don't want to see. I've declared for all of us that we don't want to see that. So that's what the outside of this room will look like now. Let's go ahead and save that. Alright, this one. Let's, okay, so we got a door. One of the things we could do is split this room in half in some way. It's already kind of in half. Let's do something a little different. Let's, I'm just sitting here trying to think through my ideas. I've got 5, so I can pursue a couple ideas. But I can make it feel like you're. Of course, I'm on the top layer. So in this version, you'd enter the door like this, and then there could be a doorway here. That's more or less a replication of what it already is. Let's not do that. Instead, let's do something more like this. Let's make a room, a long room down here. So when you enter, I think you'd be entering from what? From here? You'd enter from here, and you could leave the room to the left, or you could go to the right, and there would be something in here. Something. But what kind of thing? That's what we're gonna figure out. So, I mean, we could just go ahead and make this dirt floors. Maybe we could make a little home here, maybe? South. One of the other things I can do here is do like, I know that my door is right here, and so I can cut the grass off, like right here. And do like a west wall of grass. Do east wall of grass. Unfortunately, the one wide gap doesn't make that look any good, so I'll just go back to this. I could put leaves on the ceiling, some leafies. Like a so. Something like this. Instead of doing these logs, well, I guess the question is, do I want this to have a door on it or not? Or do I want, yeah, I kind of like the idea of it being like a little hermit hole, so not necessarily something that goblins would live in, but maybe a human might live in here. And so they might have some security set up, like making this door locked. One of the other things I can do is I can make this a natural room, so like so this looks like you're just going through a break in the greenery to get in here. It's kind of fun. Something like that, maybe. There isn't a lot of, I noticed that this treetop asset here, I haven't used it very much close to the ground. And I actually really like that it looks like a bush, an overgrown bush when you don't use the trunk of the tree. So I think I'm gonna use that a little more. So why don't I just throw a bunk bed down here, and then maybe I can do a treasure chest. I'm gonna face it east. Oh, they're already facing east. I could put like a water gate in here. And by a water gate, I mean like literally water on the floor. And the reason why that might be a good idea is because it means the monsters can't get in or out of here, but the player can. Let's go ahead and put a fire pit in here. Something like that. Yeah, nice little hovel. We'll call it a hovel. And so the last question is like, should I put a human in here? You know what? Let's do it. Let's put a human in here. I wish it were leveled. How do I make sure it's leveled properly? I guess I can't. There's really nothing I can do to make it level properly. I mean, I could just make it a random monster of any kind, and then if it spawns as a human, then it'll be leveled. Otherwise, it'll be like, it might be a slime in here living his best life. You guys want a slime in here living his best life? A slime or a ghoul or a human or a goblin or a troll might appear in this hovel. Kind of dumb, but we'll see how it goes. Let's just roll with this. We don't have to overthink it. I feel a little bit like Bob Ross saying that. Oh, and I'm responsible for this map now, so I'm gonna go ahead and change the author. There we go. Save it. Alright, and we're just gonna keep doing this. I mean, we've made one new map. 199 to go. So if you haven't noticed, what I'm doing here is I'm stealing the bridges work I've done from a mines level, so that I can add bridges to the swamp level here. I really like these bridges and how they look in the game. Obviously, I'm guilty of commenting on it the last couple times I've showed them to you, and so I'm going to seek to, I guess, add them where it's appropriate, or where I deem appropriate. Okay, so we got the sound source for the creaky bridge. Sound 515, 175. Simple as that. Now we have a creaky bridge in the level. In theory, we can leave it like this. Let's go ahead and open Swamp 01. And you can see that on two tiles down we have a door, and then 2 tiles to the right we have a door. And so in theory we could go ahead and put another bridge right here if we're feeling fancy, which is really what I use to determine if I do things, is how fancy it feels. This being like sort of the bridge pit room is kind of interesting to me. I'm not super convinced about using this this texture all the way around. That looks okay. It's okay, I'm not mad at that. The room is otherwise very empty, and I'm a little concerned that there's not much to do in this room. But that's okay. It's not the end of the world if there's nothing to do. I mean, I could put like a pressure plate over here that if you throw an object on it, then it could like unlock this door here. Like maybe this door's not normally open, and the only way to open it is to throw something. I mean, that's a little bit convoluted for no reason, but you know, to open this path. But like, I don't know, adds a little variety to the pacing. Good day, Garvican, welcome. Thanks for coming to hang out. So I guess the question is would it make this room more fun to have a door here that only opens if you throw something at a pressure plate? I mean, to its credit, normally there wouldn't be a way to get through down here, and so in a way, all I'm doing is adding like a secret way to have another path to the south of this room. So really, I'm being very generous to the player by providing this. Let's go ahead and take these posts all the way down. I think they look better that way. Yeah, something like that. Let's roll with it. You know, we'll test it. If it feels dumb, then we make a different one, right? What's the worst that could happen? Does this need to be water, or should I make this grass? I'm mulling. I think the reason why I did this is because I'm trying to justify this water, or I'm trying to justify this area here. Whatever. Let's stop hemming and hawing over it, and then we can just make more levels. Let's just make levels, guys. We're here to make levels. move on. We have 3 out of 5 maps done for this one map variant. Okay, so what I've made here is just a little indoor forest room with a clear path that leads the player to the other exit. And then, you know, I want it to look like a nice little park, more or less. And then if you explore behind this tree, you'll find a random item of some kind. I guess I could add a chair, a random chair next to the campfire here. That'd be nice. Everyone likes a random chair next to a campfire, right? Alright. Alright, we'll save that, and then we're gonna make variant E. As you can see, I haven't had like a bunch of cool ideas for this room in particular. It's Swamp 01, and so it's like, it's the first one we're doing. Okay, so now we're on E. Let's go ahead and get rid of all this. And the sprites. I haven't done like an open access room yet, so where this side is completely free of any kind of access restriction. So let's go ahead and do that. And then maybe we'll put some kind of centerpiece in here that justifies it. Like a reason why this would be a common place to enter. And has many ways to get inside of it. Maybe something like this. This needs to be this color. Boom, because it's floor. We can put in a fountain. Okay, just sort of like complete the cycle on what we've done so far today. We now have 5 different variants for this one room you see on the left. I can actually shrink this a little because these rooms will never be that big. So we have Swamp 01A. This is the original, the narrow hallway with the wood path and the leaf ceiling, and the big long way around here. We have B, which is our hermit hovel that you have to swim to get to, that has a random monster in it. We have the bridge room, so a pit and then an optional accessible gate here that you can activate by throwing something at it. We have the forest park room, and we have this sort of fountain temple zone. So it's a pretty good variety of things that this room can be. Let's add a little more sparse grass. So yeah, something like this. So yeah, we are already, every time you see this room, now there's a 80% chance it will not be the same room that you've always seen, which is good. And one of the reasons why I'm doing it this way is because instead of just making 200 more unique rooms, What this means is that there's actually less of a chance you'll see the same rooms multiple times, because even when the game picks the same base room frequently, there's a good chance it'll be something different every time it gets picked. Whereas just adding more maps to the list doesn't really change that the game may prefer to pick rooms of a certain size to fill in a certain space. So if one room is especially common because of how the algorithm decides to place it, just adding more rooms wouldn't really help unless they were completely unique files. And then if there were multiples of that room selected, that wouldn't be fixed either. So anyway, I don't feel like I'm explaining that very well, but I like the I'm okay with the game picking the same room to spawn occasionally, and it's just that if the contents of that room are different every time, then that's way better, in my opinion. So that's what we're rolling with for the moment. All right, now we got to decide. So I recognize this room. The way I feel about this room is that it's a fine room, nothing wrong with it. But I suppose the intuitive thing to do would be to just replace this rectangle. So let's start with that. These water tiles, these water sprites, these are obsolete. If you're using the water texture, it will always behave like water, so we actually don't need these sprites anymore. It might seem silly that I deleted it from both of these, but I'm going to use one as the basis for the map and the other one as the basis for the variant. So it is important that they're both fixed. Okay, so I've effectively recreated room 1, I believe. Or sorry, room 2, swamp room 2. I got a little ahead of myself on turning all these into map tiles because then I couldn't refer to it anymore. But I managed to save it, I think. And yeah, these walls are too thick on the top and bottom, and so I think I got that right. So this is actually going to be pretty good fodder for a new room because we have a waterway going from north to south, and I can take advantage of that for different level design ideas. And we get exits on the west and east, and so this is a nice room that could be put central in the map. And depending on the direction you approach it from, your experience of the room can be different, and I really like that. So let's go ahead and save this as Swamp 02A. The attributes already say it's variant A, and so now I can just fulfill my heart's desires by turning this into something else. So let's variant B. This is now my work. Okay, save as variant B. And first things first, let's just take this idea to its logical extreme and completely separate the room with the waterway. I mean, a simple change would just be to, I guess one of the things we could do is that we could put a pit here and then a bridge across it, so you're actually walking on a bridge between two waterfalls. That's kind of neat. It's kind of a neat prospect, in my humble opinion. I actually really like the look of this. I really love the idea of these waters dumping into a pit, and then you get to walk on a bridge through them. So let's just do that. And also, we'll change the orientation of these torches so that it's not the same dang thing. I also tend to put fewer torches than the first passive rooms had. Maybe it's because I like the moody lighting. And then we're going to go ahead and open up 1B, 1C, 1D. Let's see. There we go. And take this bridge info. Voila, now we have a 3D bridge. And do we make it creek? Of course we make it creek. What kind of idiot would we be if we didn't make the bridge creek when you cross it? I don't know about you, but I'm no dummy. I need my bridges to creek. Is grass good here? I think the grass is good there. I mean, I could put wood there instead. Wood floors. Like this. Leading up to the wood bridge. I like the grass better. Alright, we're making a creaky floor. Get out of here. Perfect. Just like that. So now you can get this in this room via the waterfalls. I mean, I could make it so that you couldn't get in this room without levitation, but I don't like that. It's just a basic room. It doesn't need to be really complicated. All right. Next up. What's up, Hank? The word cretin and the word suffer should mean the same to you? Why is that? Rum and the word death should mean the same to a pirate who was said to die soon if he didn't stop drinking rum. I see. So being a cretin is a sentence of suffering. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Soviet Treasure Island cartoon. That's pretty hilarious. I think I would like to watch it. The movie was made in 1988 by a Ukrainian studio, Kiev Film. It's in two whole parts, Captain Flint's Treasure Map and Captain Flint's Treasure. Well, that sounds nice. Preferably with subtitles, though, because English dub ruined the charm. Well, I am the type of person who will listen to the bad dub, despite people's urging that I don't. I don't get anything out of hearing somebody speak in a language I don't understand. I pronounced the studio name correctly. Well, thank you. I'm doing my best. Like I've tried to watch animes, and I'm not a big anime fan. I think I've mentioned that before. But I've tried to watch animes in the original Japanese, and for me, I'm just like, why do you think this is better? I don't understand. Like, I legitimately have no idea why people think it's better. And I also don't know any Japanese, and so like, yeah, it's wasted on me. Whatever quality people insist is happening in the original voice acting is always lost on me. 100% of the time. Okay, so what I've made here is I've sort of eliminated the water feature as an element of this room, and instead I've just sort of made it into a multi-room split. I think I'll go ahead and put a door here, just a normal door. Let's get you in here. Where you at, door? There you are. Put a door there. And actually, I mean, this is a big enough space that I could put something in here meaningful. I just don't know quite what it would be. Actually, that reminds me, I should go ahead and put these posts here. Let's make sure that doesn't look silly. Yeah, I'm a fan of how that looks. I think that looks just fine. Put some lighting in this room. I understand and respect your opinion on dubs, but you won't get the full experience if you watch the downplayed dub. It's for kids level absurdity, honestly. Well, like, I mean, you speak the language though. So it would be pretty hard to know like what I would get out of it, considering it sounds like nothing to me. Like it would mean nothing as far as I can tell. I understand maybe the emotion behind the words might be portrayed better, and maybe it depends. I guess the animes that I've watched have tended to be like pretty action oriented, and so the voice acting is never very emotional. Or if there's an emotion, it's like anger or rage or excitement or something. So like big emotions. So I guess I could see myself preferring a subtitled instead of dubbed version for something a little slower and a little lower key. If like where the drama of the words really matters, and if the voice acting was really bad, then I can see that argument for not listening to a dub. Send me a comparison. Okay. Alright. I'm not going to listen to that right now, but thank you. I will listen to it later. Alright. Attributes. We're going to make variant D. Save as D. Alright. Okay, what we have here. I'm just gonna start everything on a blank slate here, more or less. Whoops. Okay, so we haven't. I could split this room in half in a different way. Something like this. maybe I put water here instead, so we're not depending too much. Let's go ahead and use these log bridges like this. Something like that. Double crossing here, I guess. Excuse me. Sorry if my ranting was too harsh. Can't forget the people did the things to the amazing card. Don't worry about it. I don't think it's too harsh. It's just that I've heard the claims about voice acting before, and it's just never meant that to me. Of course, somebody like yourself, Ink, you care a lot about voice acting, and so I totally respect that it may mean a lot more to you than it might mean to me. And in this one, I'm happy to take things on a case-by-case basis. It's very possible that in this one case, I would, the difference would be very meaningful to me, and I just won't know until I hear that difference. That's just fine. Actually, I'm happy that I was able to put a pillar here. That's good. Let's go ahead and put lights on both sides of these pillars. This may not seem like much, but this provides like a tactical difference in this room for ranged characters and magic users, where playing around this pillar might be meaningful. Let's put different stone floors there. The stones are bad. This is the one we want. There we go. That's D. Okay, so let's look what we have so far. Oh wait, it was already a 2 crossing. What am I doing? There's like no difference between these two rooms I just made, except for the pillars. This one has a center. It's funny. I was all like, I don't know, maybe the pillars are different enough to justify it. Let's look at A again. A also has a ceiling, so it'll look different. I'm okay with just a visual difference in this case. I think I'll let it slide. I mean, the other things I could do is I could, add gates or something so that there's something you have to do to get through this area, but why don't instead we just, at least so that there is some navigational difference, we put the bridges more central. Yeah, that's something. It's a little different. Alright, now let's go with E. Let's really play up the water in this one. And then I can do something like this. also get rid of these walls. I haven't done that at all. Let's get rid of some walls. I'll just make the room a little bigger. It's not really getting rid of a wall as much as it is making it less thick. Okay, so what I did with this room is I added some little alcoves that have items in them that you can only swim to get. And then I made it so that the water enters both sides and floods half the room. So it'll be a much more watery room if this one spawns. Hey, question. I saw a meme about murder hobos on the server. Did you have an encounter with them? I didn't. I mean, I've hosted role-playing games a lot, and so, I mean, I'm very familiar with hosting for role-playing groups that are good at role-playing and role-playing groups that are bad at role-playing, and are more murder hobo-y. But not recently. I just thought it was a particularly funny take on that sort of trope. I was amused. Okay. I'm getting a little self-conscious that I'm not doing very much with these rooms in terms of like interesting mechanical things, but I'm also on room 2, so I think that's okay. I think that's okay. So let's go to room 3 now. What exactly is going on in this room? This is the one with the corners that you can't access. I've actually disliked this room for a long time because usually what happens is some goblin or some spider gets trapped on these little islands and then they can't get out, and so it's actually just not an effective room design. It doesn't lead to fun gameplay. It's just like, cool, and then there's something you can kill for free over there. So I think I would definitely like to adjust how this room is handled. I think I can probably just narrow this so it's not nearly as thick. And that'll help right away. Let's go ahead and just throw that here. And I also want to put a controller here and here, and here and here. And we'll put these foundation stones on the bottom here, where the walls are going to be. We're just doing the generic revisions that will be on any map so far. Sorry, I had to switch devices. Never been in a serious role-playing session, honestly. Only did role-plays with friends like with Optimus and Nermon on OCs and Barony. Okay. No, I don't think you missed anything if you heard my whole coverage of the murder hobo topic. Let's put some green stone here. And something like that. About this room that I'm working on, I haven't liked it generally because all it does is result in enemies getting stuck and then requiring the player to swim for like a fraction of a second. It's just not interesting gameplay in my opinion. And so I would rather just do without that sort of weird obligation on the player to swim for a quarter second if they want to get to these inaccessible corners. And so I'm opening this up so you can get through the sides here. I'm just realizing I can't put that here. I'll just do this. I thought that was intended. Well, I'm sure at some point it was. It's just that as I've played it, and I think this is probably a room that shipped with the original game and just hasn't been changed since then, other than like the texture updates that I've done for every room. I just don't. I'm sure it was intended. I just don't like it. I just don't think it's fun. And you know, part of my pass through all the rooms is to try to make all the rooms as fun as possible. So if it ain't fun, I get rid of it. Boom. Boom. Let's take a look at this now. Okay, so come in this hallway. Why don't we do something like this for the floors? We'll I'm actually thinking maybe something like this. And then east side, boom, like that. Oops. What am I doing? Oh, I want south side here and north side here. And then a rocky middle. Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Right here. Boom. Something like that. A small silly suggestion for a room. You should make one in the shape of a squid. You Splatoon fans. It is unlikely I will put a Splatoon homage into the game. That's just, it's not my scene, dude. Not my scene. But nothing against it. You do you. No hate. It felt like a call out, LeMayo. Yeah. It's really any fandom. Like, I mean, honestly, I could be like, you Barony fans. You zany Barony fans. So wacky. This is what I want. Yeah. Okay, I'm just adjusting this room to make it a little more visually what I think it should be right now. I just was not a fan of how it was put together before. That was a sneeze. I promise it was a sneeze. Wrong texture. Wrong texture. Boop. Now I can have Orpheus react to his Splatoon version. I meant a normal squid, not a Splatoon one. Well, why would there be a squid here unless it was a Splatoon referencing? Riddle me this. Riddle me this. Ew, that looks just dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. I did suggest an octopus instead later. Well, that's not, I mean, that's still Splatoon fandom, is it not? Because that's like, they got dummied out of there. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. The octopus enemy. We'll eventually put those in the game. Mark my words. We will eventually have octopus in the game. I am fairly confident about that. I said mark my words. That might have been strong language. But I'm fairly sure we will put that in the game. I'm very excitable. Okay. I don't know about bugbears. You know, it's definitely kind of like a legacy character that like we don't really have a vision for them. I did a little bit of lore research into what a bugbear is in fantasy, and as far as I can tell, they were invented by Gary Gygax just to fill a balance requirement. So it was like something that's, you know, like stronger than a troll but weaker than a giant or something like that. Like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's just like he needed something to fill in the slot on his spreadsheet, and so he made bugbears, you know? And same with gnolls. Gnolls were invented for the same way. So it's like, I also have a suggestion for a bit of a witch human for a swamp, and no, not a Minecraft witch, a Dungeon Siege witch. That's funny. You probably know that I worked with gas-powered games, so, you know, Dungeon Siege witch means something to me that maybe it doesn't mean to others. Since I was there 3,000 years ago, I was there. I've done a lot of visual edits to this room. It feels totally different, but it maintains most of the gameplay that it had, except for the gameplay I didn't like about it. So it's like, you know, it's arguably a very different room than it was, but I would argue a better room. So let's just leave it at that. Okay, so we'll save this, open it here. The moldy skeletons ones, yes. Moldy. And those are in the game now. I'm very excited that we have moldy skeletons now. Moldy. Alright, so there's a couple things I can do to make this room dynamic. And I think the most impactful might be to just isolate this section right here. Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? It's peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. So like this area right here, I could replace. And so we'd have like a T-junction shaped room that could have all sorts of ways in which that T-junction modifies how you explore this space. I could also let it fill all the way out to here so that I could make it accessible on the top and bottom, which is attractive to me, I shall admit. It'll be a little more work, but I think it will be worth it, and I think it will be fun. The nostalgia from peanut butter jelly time hurt you? Well, I didn't mean to hurt you, but I think that is funny. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5 by 9 section. It's going to give us a lot of variety in what we can do to this room. I said 5 by 7, right? No, 5 by 9. Okay, so what we need to do is delete all of the doors. Select the floor. I heard it all the way when YouTube was a controversy-free platform and times were simpler. Yeah, YouTube used to be the people's platform, man. It really did. What are you gonna do? Hey, oh, I can't copy paste. Oh well. That's okay. I'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way. Sound like an old man. Turning 24 this month. Oh, nice. I actually had no idea how old you were until just this very moment. I thought maybe you were somewhere between the ages of 12 and 90. Just somewhere in that general vicinity. 12 and 90. It's a reasonable spread. He said, lying. Yo, I need that leafy bit though. Leafy? Do another brick like this. And another brick like this. Another brick like. Another brick like. Another brick like. Cut this one away, and then we do palette right, boom. Palette log, boom. And then log boom and log boom. And then we move these here and here. And then for the roof, we just have a ton of leaves. 12 to 19-year-old me, I'd rather forget. Hey guys, Leafy here. I'm about to cancel Darren Herx on Twitter. That is something Leafy would say, isn't it? Classic Leafy. Let's get rid of all this junk. Actually, we do need this one, and then the rest of it looks like this, and this looks like this, and this looks like that, and this, that. La 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 la. Didn't watch Leafy, but I heard he's pretty nasty. Yeah, I don't know anything about anybody named Leafy, and in fact, I thought you just made that up. So that shows what I know. And jack squat about internet people that cancel others on Twitter. It's not really my scene. All right, so we've replicated room A, which is good. Let's call this. What the heck? Attributes. Hey, this one never had a name. Interesting. So this is Swamp 3. Swamp Room 3 Variant A. I mean, I've changed a lot of this one, but I'm not going to steal his credit. We'll call this... Woke up on the right side of the bed. You seriously sound a lot more energetic, cheery, and explosive today. And I'm like, well, good. You know, and generally I want to be a positive... I want to have a lot of positive energy when I'm streaming. Nobody likes a bummer. Okay, so... Here we at. It's also just been several days since I've streamed last, and as gregarious as I may seem, I actually consider myself an introvert. And that's by Jung's definition of introverts versus extroverts, and that is that I gain energy by being by myself. Or in my home, or in my space of comfort, I guess. And whereas an extrovert gains energy from being around new people and out with others and things. And I just, I think sometimes I just need a break, you know what I mean? And then I come back not feeling so drained. And y'all deserve that from me, to not have me be like spent every time you see me. All right, so we have converted this into a mom and pop shop. That didn't make any sense, but I'm okay with that. We'll change this to variant B. Never heard that one before. I'm a person who's shy IRL but talkative on the web. Who am I? You know, I don't know. I'm pretty talkative on the web, but like being by myself, watching movies and playing video games is definitely a place of comfort for me. And like getting into long discussions on the internet, as much as it drains me, I still do it more than I should. So like my wife is an extrovert, and she's much more quiet than I am, but she's also she also gets energy from being around others. And if she's cooped up inside too much, it's depressing for her. And not depressing in like a clinical sense, but just in the sense that you know, she gets bummed out. She wants to go out. All right, let's it's actually one of the reasons why she took on a job as a lunch lady, is so that she could hang out with some other ladies and just have a life outside of the family for some of her day. And I respect that. But for me, like, I'm home all day working on Turning Wheel, and I don't want anything else. I'm happy with that as my lot in life. can, in theory, get rid of water from this room. We're just starting with an idea here. So one of the things we could do is we could straight up put a wall down here so that this is actually like two completely different rooms with nothing in common with one another. Or we could do another situation where there's a door like here that splits the room in two. So like something like this. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da. Sneak sounds like she's a very outgoing and social butterfly. Yeah, a bit. She just really appreciates her relationships, and she's motivated by external factors. So like nothing makes her want to take action more than being around other people and helping them. Don't want to call her just my wife because that's boring. Gotta be creative. Okay. So all this does is split this into, instead of a T-junction, it's more of like a, it's really a room with 5 different entrances. But what is in here that's worth coming in here for? A warm, talkative woman voices a cold, closed-minded lich. Yes. My wife is not Eurydice, that's for sure. I kind of like the idea of making this whole thing like a pit and then putting scaffolding around the room. Alternatively, I could do something like this. I don't quite know. Man voices a condescending cretin hater. Well, they got one thing right about me, and that is that I hate a cretin. I cannot tolerate a cretin. I'm a little unsure about this. what would that get me besides heartache? And I could do another gate with the lever right here or something. Will you be redesigning other floors? Yeah, but you know, one day at a time. I've got to, or one thing at a time, I should say. I've just got to get through one tile set at a time as we go. Underworld is one that, excuse me, something that we all want to see get redesigned. I feel like having another throw trap is silly. I don't want to repeat that trope too much. Let's just roll with this this idea. So come on. Oh, I put these on the ceiling. That's so stupid. Here, let's get rid of that. X. Boom. Luckily, that's easy to fix. So, you can't see the bridges that will be here, but there will be bridges connecting all of this together. I will go ahead and put this down in the pit like that. Alright, now let's open like mine, O2, B, C, D. This will help me. Sprite. Yeah, I'm actually, Ink, you showed up a little later in the stream, but I'm actually doing this to take a break from the trailer work I've been doing. It's a bit of a grind. And so, I don't even know if I'll get all the way through all of the Northwest. Hold on a second. Okay, this needs to face east. Point east. Yeah, I don't know if I'll get through all the swamps before I need to move back to trailer work, but in order to get everything worked out with Nintendo, I really need to get some launch trailers and stuff together and be prepared for launch of the Switch version of the game. And so that's for good reason my number one priority right now, but I just can't do the same thing for that long in a row. I don't have the attention span for it. And so I'm busying myself with something that I know will be fun and I'll get results quickly, because that will just sort of like restore my creative energy. Yes, I am human, and and it burns me out if I do the same thing for too long. So I've been spending the last 3 days and some of the weekend on trailer work, and I can't do it anymore. So I'm moving on to this for now, and then I'll go back to trailer work when I'm rejuvenated. I'm gonna sound like a selfish idiot, but can I voice the trailer? I mean, part of the problem is I don't even know what the trailer needs to be yet. And I honestly did think about you a bit because I've done a lot of our voice work, but really, like, one of the main reasons for that is because it's something I can do by myself, like late hours of the night, and I'm the only one around. Like, no one, I can get things done by myself. So that's the only reason why we haven't bothered with any other voice acting. Because I'm like our content and marketing person, even though I'm not a marketing person. I'm just the one person who does it. So I end up doing all the voices and stuff because I want to be self-sufficient when I'm working. Please don't think I'm trying to steal your spotlight. Absolutely not. Like, I don't even care about the spotlight. I just want... Like, when I was working on the trailer this week, and I'm going through and I'm editing footage together, I'm like, oh, I need a different line here. This line doesn't work here. And so I just fire up the microphone and do a new Audacity recording, and like 3 minutes later, I've got a new clip in there, and it's just difficult to do that if I'm depending on somebody else. And so, like, really, honestly, the best case scenario is for me to do my own trailer voice and then have somebody else replace it with something better. That would honestly be the best. It would be easier work for whoever replaces it as well, because, you know, there's no question about what you're supposed to say, or that it's final or whatever. Okay, I'm kind of happy with this sort of Z-shaped bridge room. Means that depending on the direction you approach this from, there might be a different method to get in and out. I should make some creakies. Let's put a creak on the corner here, and one on this corner here, and then we're gonna do creaky. We'll go ahead and copy that over here. There we go. Me voicing for Turning Wheel is a fever dream. That's funny. I mean, I don't think so. Honestly, I don't think it's just a dream. You know, Sheridan and I both have enjoyed your voice work. You're clearly competent. I think this is fine. Attributes. This is variant B. Let's go ahead and save that. Variant A is the normal one, and then B is now a pit room with bridges in it. And now we don't need any other pit rooms for this. I really would kind of like a puzzle, but I'm just a sucker for puzzles. Big Evil would disagree with how enjoyable my voice acting is. Well, with friends like those, who needs enemies? I'm just kidding. Like, especially when you have a lot of contact with somebody, the novelty of what makes them unique starts to wear off, and it's not really their fault. It's just the reality of spending a lot of time with the same person, so I'm sure it's innocent. Your frenemies. That's funny. What am I envisioning for this? This is a great song. I like it. Judging by the form, this is an F or E-shaped room. I'm actually... So it's going to slot into this right here, this rectangle. And what I'm actually thinking right now is that this one will be completely open. Like this wall will basically just be floating, not floating, but it won't be attached to any larger structure. Let's get rid of this. Hold on a second. Okay, yep. And then I'm thinking about having just like a river go through this whole thing. Like so. Maybe do like a... Hold on, mate. Like that. Something like this. So what you'd encounter effectively is that this, unless I'm thinking about changing it a little bit, but if I left it as is, you would encounter this room on the left, and then a river, and then this wall on the right, and they would appear to have like nothing to do with each other, but in fact they're all part of the same room. So the point of doing a room like that here would be to like make this particular generation feel a little bit more integrated with the environment. So I could even like throw some grass right here and here to help it blend in with the surrounding environment a little more. Let's do something like this. Crikey! Hold on, mate. I don't think we could ever get Wall of Justice to do voice acting. Maybe. We'll see. So far, that hasn't really been in his personality archetype. But if you watch the Kickstarter video about Game Master level or Game Master tier backers, that's sort of the most showy that I've ever seen him, like as a showman. And it's a pretty funny watch, in my opinion. Do we put a bridge here? Do we put a bridge? That's a little bit too wide to be a bridge. I thought he did voice something. No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, he plays guitar. I think he's definitely got it in him somewhere to be showy, but he's just not right now. It's just not his shtick. Okay, so I mean, this room really has nothing to it, but is that okay? Are we okay with that? I mean, one more thing I could do is I could put like a pillar in the middle here, just like a random pillar sticking up. Let me get rid of this grass. Is that dumb? I think I would like it closer to this edge, actually, instead of floating in the water. Like that. And then I can put a torch right here out. You could put one of these overgrown, one of those here. Those are adorable. We don't use this decor block enough. Let's use this decor block. I like it. Oh, well now this feels a little ceremonious, so let's go ahead and copy this here and here. Well, something else I could do. Now I'm inspired. I could go ahead and put a pressure plate in the middle here and then have two actual arrow traps on the bottom level. Right here and here. Only the swamp uses it. Yeah, on the ceiling only the swamp uses it. But like this, in terms of the imp face, or goblin face, depending on how you interpret it, this decor block is actually present in the start level as well. making these both be arrow traps would be fun. Something like this. How do you switch from floor to ceiling B to W? You hold shift and then use the scroll wheel. There's probably some other button, but that's what I use. Okay, I like the dynamic this is added. This is a bridge that if anything walks across it, it gets shot at by the arrow traps. I actually have very, very few rooms that are set up to have scripted arrow traps. I sort of leave them to just be procedurally generated. And this is a good case for, like, yes, this is a guarded room. Like, enter at your own risk. That's initially what turned you off to the editor? Oh, well, that's too bad because, yeah, it's really, yeah, pretty easy problem to solve, so I'm glad I was able to help. Alright. Well, I'm happy with this variant. Let's make sure I'm saving on C. I am. Alright. Make something a little bit Maisie Williams. All my homies call me Maisie Williams. Except for my really good friends who just call me Williams. That's a fabrication. None of that is true. Okay, so in theory, the player's going to come in here, and they could have a choice of two paths, even if I came all the way up to the edge there. And then I could have like a little maze. A maze. Maze is probably overselling it a little bit. That's okay. Here's what I want to do. I want to make the Citadel look more otherworldly, dark and mystical. Like you're not even on Earth anymore. You're somewhere in Astral or something. For the Barony. I mean, if you want to try something out for Mary Barony to make it look different, like, go nuts. Go nuts. Absolutely nobody will stop you. You know what I mean? This isn't really a maze, it's just like a split path. Is that cool enough? I mean, it's something. Alright, let's see. So, theory, I'd enter and I could go left or right. If I go left, then I go in this room and it's basically nothing. Nothing cool is happening in here. And we like that for some reason. You go in the Evil Mirror's mirror world. It's like it takes a place somewhere in the void and the music is absolutely lovely. Okay. Awesome. Could do something like this. This reminds me a little bit of Shadowcaster, honestly, which is a game that nobody has played. I actually have a friend who worked on Shadowcaster, which was made using a modified version of the Wolfenstein 3D engine that I believe id was responsible for developing, but they actually never made a game with it. Yeah, I like this. This feels like a temple room or something. Put a... Did we put a light in here? Should we put a light in here? I feel like not having a light is a good idea, because it's really going to light up the space a lot. I'm going to put one here. I feel like I should put like furniture in this room, in this space. Like here. And here. But anyway, what made Shadowcaster's engine special? It's actually quite a lot like Barony's. It's a tile-based game, like Wolfenstein 3D was, but it's actually a little more advanced than Barony because the tiles can be at different heights and you can have ramps between them. And so it's still effectively a 2D map pretending to be a 3D map, but the illusion of being 3D is much stronger because you can go up on ramps and stuff. Even if you can't have like a floor underneath a floor, you can still go up and down stuff. And you'd also have underwater sections, which basically operated a lot like the Duke Nukem 3D underwater sections, where when you go underwater, it effectively teleports you to a duplicate level. So it's still, the water area is a 2D area, but you can fly up and down while you're underwater freely. And you could shape change into different creatures, and so it's actually not that different than playing a shaman when you play Shadowcaster. So if you haven't heard of, I mean, it's one of Raven's original games. The people who made so many cool games. Raven was a great studio. I mean, instead of... I could make a bit of like a lever, not puzzle so much, but like a lever situation of some kind. I could do this and this and this and this. This and this. And the Evil Mirror's music too. Awesome. I kind of just want some lever stuff going on because these levels are so simple right now. There's nothing to them. The swamp, in my opinion, is kind of one of the more boring tile sets because there's just like, there's very little in the levels to do, whereas the mines now, especially after my revisions, there's a lot of rooms that are just interesting on their own. So let's just have a very simple, like, we could have a lever here to operate this one, and a lever feel right, does it? I mean, we just do it this way. It's very simple. Just keep it simple. Dink donk. Dinky 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 dink donk donk. Dinky dink donk donk. I like levers. Switch puzzles. These rooms will be dark. You'll check out Shadowcaster? Awesome. That's one of the first games that I got really far in as a kid without cheating. And then my save file got corrupted. So I never actually beat it. And all these years later, I feel the regret in that I want to beat it. Reminds me of Might and Magic. Yeah, the first System Shock, it's very similar to that in terms of how the levels have to be designed. Because they're tile-based and stuff. I keep feeling like I should do something else with this room. Let's go ahead and give it I don't know what the default random item chance is, but let's make these 25% chance. So every time you encounter this room, there's actually, let's make a 34% chance to spawn an item. So it's actually more likely than not that one of these tables will have something on it, rather than both being empty or both being populated. Okay. So the way this is gonna look is that if you come through the east door here, I'm pointing right here, you'll see a pillar and you can go left or right. Right is going to have a wall and a gate that you can't get through. So you'll go left, you can open this gate. And then if you come from the west side here, then you'll see a gate on the right you can't open, but you can go to the left and open this gate here. So depending on the direction you approach this from, you have to go a different way. And that means the room offers, a unique experience depending on how you approach it, and that's good enough for me. So, I am tempted to put a monster in here or something, but let's just leave it. Let's just leave it for now. Make changes once we play it. Alright, one more level for Swamp 3. Wow, this is taking me forever just to get to Swamp 3. So this green part here is the obvious path. I could do something like this. With a room on either side. I could put monsters in here and then a trap that opens the doors and then the monsters come out. I like that idea. Let's do that. Stands out. No, that's not going to work because I don't have the space. I mean, I could just make them cells. So it's just one block deep. Which isn't great, but it would suit the idea well enough. I could also bring these forward so that there's actually... So it's actually really narrow like this instead. Because these back ones have to be walls, or else it's open to the world, which means the monsters escape. And we can't have our monsters escape. I could also do 2 cells. So like this. Let's do here and here. Okay, so something like this. It's very claustrophobic. Not a huge fan of how claustrophobic that feels. But maybe it's worth it to serve the idea. I mean, kind of what I want to do is put skeletons and stuff in there, because there aren't really any skeletons in the swamps, and adding a little variety like that I think is fun. Cell would have a monster in it. Oh, I don't know. I kind of prefer the idea of setting them back a bit so that it's not so claustrophobic. Like this. It's just then they're literal cells. They're extremely small. They could still be too wide. Definitely doubting myself here, but I think that it's probably going to be a good thing. one side you would have to weasel in like this, and on the other one you wouldn't. I mean, if there's skeletons in here, then whoever built this trap, we can just kind of justify that, you know, the skeletons don't need any amenities. I would kind of like some of them to be outfitted with bows, because you normally don't get to fight skeletons who have bows, and I really like that when they do. So let's, like, I don't know. Give one a short bow. Doesn't really need any special arrows. Two of them will be normal skeletons, two of them have arrows, and then in their cells, I can either block it off or put something in their cells next to them. And that is a choice I will have to make. Boo, choices. Okay. These actually need to be perma-traps, like so. This is that if you step on any of these traps, all 4 cells will open, and you'll be exposed to the dangers of skeleton magic. I guess. Something like that. Is there anything we should put in these skeleton holes? I mean, I could do, like, a fountain. Could put a campfire off to one side. Put a sink in one, a treasure box in one, an item in one, and a bunk bed in one. Let's just do an item and a gold. Item, gold. There. Perfect. Let's actually make these level... Let's make these a little harder than a normal skeleton, just because we can. One more thing I say about Mary Barony Expand. The twins in there are going to be very self-aware. Okay. That's awesome. Call these level 4. Try to figure out what that means. I guess what I would assume it means is that that they break the 4th wall, and the fact that you're playing a mod. That's what I would assume it means. Actually, we're gonna make this one default random. Boom. So now we have slightly higher level skeletons. I just kind of have to... Do I want these skeletons to have anything interesting on them? I could give them boots. Normally they don't have any clothes of any kind. Like I could give them default random breastplate and boots. That could be cool. Let's try that. Die and keep coming back to life. Oh, okay. Is there anything Christmas about that, or is it just a fun place to put it? Just out of curiosity. Magician's Guild is the one thing we need to stop the twins. I see. Let's make these melee ones a little stronger and a little less dexterous. I don't expect these 4 skeletons to like devastate anybody, but hopefully it's a fun little change of pace for the swamps, because generally you never see anything like this in the swamps. Okay, we are happy. We are happy. We have a skeleton trap. You step on it and skeletons just pour out at you. Who doesn't want that? Alright, opening 4. Alright. This might be one where... Well, there's a lot I could do with this one. But restraint might be the better part of valor here. We'll do turning wheel of favor by killing a naughty player. That's funny. Like I could make it so like from here to here, so like all the interior of this is a what's it called, a submap, and I would generally keep the sort of Z shape of this river, but then sometimes I could have this room be on the southwest side. Sometimes I could have them both be rooms. Sometimes I could imply that they're like a larger structure. I mean, I feel like that would just lead to the most interesting possibilities if I made them all potentially part of the same, from here to here to here to here. The only thing I don't really like about this is that this stone structure is always gonna look like this. It's funny the pillars don't go all the way to the top. They really should. Yeah, why doesn't this go all the way to the top? But what that means is that this part of the map always has to be some kind of structure. Or at least a wall. At least a wall. I think I can cope with that. Alright. Let's save this. We're going to go ahead and open it here to get the latest version. Actually, why don't we delete these sprites first, because they're not useful. I'll just get in my way. Stay out of my way, Kakarot! Why is there a torch right here? That's awful. There, go here. I'm not ashamed of absolutely enjoying the non-existence of the fourth wall. That's funny. I'm into that. Go nuts, man. I'm actually gonna get rid of these torches. I don't think they're useful. A gift package for Weird Ed. Too bad he's still dead. Save this one. This is the new normal one, and then we'll open it here, and then we're just gonna black it out. All right, I'm gonna take we've done 4 levels. Actually, this is number 4, so we've done 3 levels times 5. So we've done effectively 15 new levels so far, which is that's kind of a big deal considering each Barony tile set only has just over, I think actually they all started with 29 levels or 30. And so we've already done half again as many levels as the game had in the first place. You're going to go to bed now? All right, good timing, Ink. I'm going to go hit the restroom and take a quick break. I'll see y'all in a few minutes, and I suppose you can catch me in the VOD later, Ink. All right, cheers. Be back in a sec. All right, folks, I am back. Yeah, I'm just gonna grind away on these, and I like my plan of replacing the entire interior of these, but leaving the mouth and tail of the river in the same spots, leaving this wall here in the same spot, and then that will give us like a ton of flexibility in what we can do with this. Because this is such a big map chunk, it's very obvious when it repeats, and so I think we'll get a lot of mileage out of changing this one. So right now this map is 10 by 12, so I'm just gonna make it 8 by 10, because it's gonna have a 2 buffer on, or a 1 buffer on every side. So let's just do that. 8 by 10. And then I'm just going to get to work duplicating the original map. And might as well call this variant A. Okay. Everything goes up into the left by 1. That's how this works. And then we let's duplicate this first. Okay. So this would be like this. And like this and this. And this would be like this. This will be here, that'll be there. Okay, so we've cut the top side of this wall off and the right side of this wall off, and what we're left is what's in the middle. And so this is just how this process is going to go. It's going to be a bit of a, it's just work. It's just work. So I'm going to get to this. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys. All right, that is Swamp '04 recreated as a submap situation. Now let's mess with it. Let's ruin it. got a variant done already that turns the gray castle wall here into sort of like the backside of a like a fountain plaza that's on the edge of the river here. Actually, I need to clean that up real quick right here. And then over here we have like a swamp structure that has an enemy inside of it. And actually, while we're here, why don't we put a grassy brick on the ground? Where you at, grassy brick? Right here. Is that you? I feel like that one's not the green one. I need the green one, not the bluish one. There we go. That's the green one I want. Some grass inside. But here, let's make the grass a little less perfect in the back, like that. There you go. So there will be a monster hanging out next to the campfire. No matter what the monster is, that's fine. But otherwise, the river is unchanged. This is a fairly conservative submap, but it pulls off the idea. It's a good start. So we'll start doing some other stuff like bridges and changing the shape of the river and stuff like that in a minute here. So I'm mulling over this variant. I kind of liked the idea of having a big lake, and then having like a monster in the middle with a bow and arrow or something. But it's but I can't center it really unless I do a 4x4. But then it doesn't really look like any sort of real structure that would be out there. When I have it like this, it actually looks like some kind of platform that you might build out, some kind of shrine or observation deck or something you might build in the middle of the lake. But then it's only one unit of water across, and so it's just not very. It doesn't feel like a lake anymore. It just feels like a moat around a platform for some reason, and that's a little silly. And so I'm kind of struggling with that. This isn't awful. Maybe I just do this. And so the name of the game is avoid the guy with the bow, because he's gonna see ya. And I could put pillars on either side like this, so that you have like some intermediary spaces to hide between, to hide from the bow fire. Maybe like here. Something like that. I mean, this island doesn't really make that much sense, but I think gameplay-wise, it's decent. I could make this something like that. A little grassy island. Hold on, I got knocking at my door. I think I'm happy with this. Now it has that sort of like lake with a sentinel on an island in the middle, and he's got a little campfire set up, some skeletons stranded out there with his bow, and then we've got pillars on either side, so that if you come in here and you can't swim across or you can't shoot him, you can run to the next pillar and hide until he turns and looks another direction and then come around the other corner. Not free. It wouldn't be free. But if you hid behind one of these pillars and waited for him to turn, you could maybe have enough time to swim over and kill him. I think that's a good challenge. So let's go ahead and save that. And it made me realize that I actually need to go back to 3A, no, 3C, 3E, and make sure these guys can't turn into funny bones. The bow shooters can't turn into funny bones, but it's okay if these other two do turn into funny bones because they get to have their random weapon that's not a short bow, so that's good. Oh, I have to change their weapon so that it's not identified. Okay. Okay. Almost. Almost. Okay, got weapon. Okay, this is right here. There we go. Boom. We want it to seem like these are normal skeletons, even though you and I know that they're special skeletons. Alright, we got ourselves a chasm with a bridge across it. We've got the two sides of the river flowing down like a waterfall. I think it looks really cool, honestly. Memorable feature as you run across it. And I think for variant E, what we'll do is maybe like a big building in the middle instead. Because we don't have anything like that. And so the river will be going through the building somehow. Say that. taken me a little to kind of figure out how I'm gonna do this because it's a strange idea. I'm trying to turn this river into like a big indoor section because this room always has walls on the bottom left corner and the top right corner and the entire west wall and the entire east wall. And so containing the river within a room like you might do for a sawmill or something kind of makes sense. But we've also got the fact that, you know, half of this is like grown over brick, and this top right corner is not. It's fresh, like imperial brick, you might call it. I don't know who would call it that, but I just did, I suppose. And so I'm trying to reconcile that, and that means somewhere in the middle we're gonna have a transition where that matters. So like I could do something like, you know, like a pillar of water or something that's like contained. You know, like dropping in from the ceiling. Like, I don't know, it seems kind of silly. But I could do something like, yeah, I mean, it's, the water is being channeled down. That looks ridiculous. If we're being honest, that looks really, so this giant cubic pipe of water just gooshing down. Looks amazing. But anyway, like you could definitely build a structure around a river for industrial purposes, and it wouldn't be crazy. I think maybe wood can be my uniting element between these two very different walls. This kind of wood here, something like this. We can split this thing into multiple rooms potentially. It's funny, this has been a little bit more creatively challenging than other rooms. I'm deliberately choosing not to use a door here because the swamp door looks a little goofy against brick now. So I'm going to avoid that on purpose. And I am at peace with that choice. One might say, oh, you should have chosen a different door frame type. But I'm okay with the idea of the doors sort of conforming on a per tile set basis for how the levels are put together, the style of the level. I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with who I am. I guess this would just be a pretty small room. That's not good enough. I need a bigger space for this. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this into like a whole area. I'm gonna have to figure out the walls first so that I can do everything else second. I can have like a secret room in here, like some kind of treasure situation. Okay, I think I finally got a layout here that works. The yellow logs have served as a buffer that kind of like works as a middle point between the gray and the green. And oh, I gotta get something on the top here. Can this go on the top? Will that look dumb? It's decent. It's decent. Let's let that sit. That's good. And so I'm gonna use this room as like a treasure room. And so if you go into this room and pull this lever here, then I want it to open this gate, and then inside here there's gonna be some treasure. How about some north-facing treasure? There we go. Could do 2 treasures, another table. Maybe make this a bunk room because, you know, whatever this mill is, people gotta work there, right? So we're gonna put in a bunk room. Okay. Sink up here. So I'm gonna act like this is some kind of a workplace. I mean, there isn't really like a lot of space to suggest much about what kind of work might occur here, but we got tables around. You know, that's something. You know, it's something. That's all you need to know, is that it is indeed something. So if you come in from the north, you'll see this gate and you won't be able to get inside of it, but you probably will see these 2 chests. And then you'll go hunting on the inside and you'll find the lever here. And that will be peachy keen for you. I am tempted to lower the roof in here and make it like a real roof. Something like this, perhaps. Like this, perhaps. Boom shakalaka. Something a little cozy. On this wall so that you can see those treasure chests. Actually, let's put it on the left wall. And then we'll put here, we have a torch here already. Okay, so just a couple torches, that's enough. Yeah, I like it better this way. Let's explore this space and make sure it makes sense. Okay, so we come in from the north. We have a little bit of water. And these I'm sort of interpreting as grates because I don't have any other way to do that. You walk in, there's no doorway, you just enter. High ceilings. You see this log room with treasure inside. You see this sort of common area with tables. You go into the back, there's a lever and a sink. High ceiling again. We could lower this ceiling. Let's lower the ceiling. It'll feel less threatening if the ceiling is low. And by that I mean, whenever players see a high ceiling, they get worried about boulder traps. So I don't want that to be the primary concern of this room. You explore back here, and then you have the exit, which takes you here, and then... Alright. I think we're happy with that. I could get rid of this water and it'll be like an L shape on the other side. I think I'm fine with that, actually. I'm gonna get rid of that roof, that leafy roof. There we go. That's better. That's more aligned with what it would be, I think. All right. Cool, cool. Well, that was a very involved and elaborate room E. Let's make sure we're saving over room E here. File save. Save as. All right. Room 4 is donezo. Let's make sure this is saving properly. Yep, that's saving properly. And we're going to open room 5. Okay, so we have another river. I remember this one. This one can butt up against walls, and it can be a little weird, but... all right. So this has a log ceiling. That's unusual and cool. Man, it's crazy how slow this has been. I'm only on room 5. That means I've made 20 rooms, which again, the swamps have like 30. And so the fact that I've made 20 more in a single day is not so bad. I'm gonna figure out what I want to do with this one. So this is just another straight river. I could do something like replace the bottom side here so that it's just like from here to here it's different, or maybe from here to here. So a river always flows from north to south here, but what's at the end could be different. And it could either be a room, it could be the default, which is just a normal river. Or it could be something else. It could be a pit, like a waterfall. I think I like that asymmetry. Let's do that. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 4. So we're going to change this to be 5 by 4. Okay. And this is just going to be like this. Just like this. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Looking pretty good, but needs more statue of a beautiful old man. Well, that's something we can all agree on. In theory, I could put statues in here, What I'm hoping for, though, is it will have a system kind of like gravestones that will bring up random backer statues, and then maybe we'll have a library of generic statues that we'll make, and using the statues could make something happen. So rather than building statues into the levels, it'd be great if they procedurally popped into the levels. But yeah, that's something I should think about. I, of course, jest. My vanity grows. More Goblin Temple Jungle levels? Well, the reason why I took your comment seriously is because, I think, beginning of last week, I was working on statues, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago. Statues are a legitimate thing in the game, so it's totally plausible. But yeah, I've already done 200 extra mines levels, and now I'm working on getting to 200 extra swamps levels. And it really makes a big difference. Really, really makes a big difference. And the way that I'm doing it is oh, you were there. Okay, cool. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm going into, every tile set has about 32 levels or so that get procedurally placed, and I'm adding 5 variants of each level, and so 5 times 30 is about 150, and then I come up with more than that, sometimes more than 5 each, and then maybe make some new levels on top of that. So it ends up being a lot of levels, and so just today I've already made 20, and I'm working on 21 right now. So yeah, it's a bit of a task. So this is a simple north-south river with east and west exits, and I'm going to, it's really tempting to actually push this all the way out to the edges. So the whole bottom half of this map is open. I don't know. I think I'm going to do it. Nothing can stop me from doing this. I once dug a square in Dwarf Fortress. You could say I'm something of a level smith myself. That's pretty funny, dude. Okay, what we've done here is something fairly straightforward, but we've taken the bottom half of this level, and you know what we've said? We've said it can be whatever it wants. You can't force it to be a river. So that's going to give me a lot of freedom to make it whatever the heck I want it to be, and I'm excited about that. So let's see how fast we can whip out some variants, shall we? Lower the river, raise the river, lower the river a little bit. You mean the actual water level? That is something that a engine level programmer of Barony will have to do. I cannot. All I can do is put a texture on it. That's all I can do. But I appreciate the thought. I'm a level designer and artist and video editor and writer, and I am not a programmer. So, unfortunately, I cannot change that. It ain't in my blood. You know what? Let's I'm feeling fancy. Let's go ahead and put one of these in here, just because I think they look so cool. I'll just do just like that. When you approach this, you'll see like this river comes to like this pool at the end. Who doesn't want like a pool at the end of the river that you can walk around? So cool. Oh no, more memes! I should be using quotations, my bad. Oh, I'm sorry. I really don't. I even after you've explained it, I have no idea what the meme is that you're referencing. I'm not the meme lord I wish I was. Alright, so let's make it a room this time. We'll make it a room. Shave as. Say. making it a room, boys. Meat's back on the menu. Now we're orcs or something. A boat level would be cool, like Shadow Warrior. You got there has that kind of vibe. That's cool. I'm gonna get rid of this water. We don't need any stinking water here. We're gonna just put some dirt, maybe a little grass. Let's just put a little grass right here. There. Go ahead and put this as our ground texture. That's under the walls, so you'll only see that if you bust through the walls. And then, well, just for lolsies, we'll put some variety in there. And then we'll add some rocky road. Dink, donk, stink, stonk. Alright, so you approach this from the back. You go left or right. And then, once you get in there, you find out that you're on the precipice of a river. ZOMG, LOL. Okay. And actually, we can do some doorways. And let's go ahead and do an open gate here, because why not? Why not have an open gate? I guess it could even have a lever so that you could operate this open gate should you really want to. But do we want to? That is the question. Do we really want to? I don't want to. I don't think that will make it better. Alright. Moving on to room D. I just realized I actually need to do this instead. That's good. Alright, map D. Save as D. Alright. Maybe we do a pit situation. We've had a lot of pits. Maybe we don't do a pit situation. Could have water flowing through here going two different directions. That might be cool. So like this thing, like whatever this is, it split the river and now it's going this way and this way. Put some grass around. Give those adventurers levers. Adventurers love those levers. I know exactly what you're referencing. Okay, so in theory, the floor we're coming off of is logs. So we could, like... why don't we put some stone here? We'll put you here and here, and we can put some big grassy stone blocks. Not that one. We want the greener one. We need greener. There we go. These, so maybe suggest that like some dam situation occurred here. Which caused the river to split directions. And just for the lolly jollies, we can throw in a tree. Right now. So you come off the bridge. The river is going left and it's going right, and there's a tree to walk around. And we're just all having a great time. We all had so much fun doing this. Let's go ahead and put a torch right here too. I'll illuminate this area. Perfect. Bam, bow, bow. Alright. So I like that this sort of smoothly integrates this with an exterior. One of the things that sucked about these river sections before is that they're very closed off. It's just two walls, and then you could swim through the middle, and that's it. And that's just like, those are your choices. And I like this quite a lot better. Let's try maybe the opposite idea. We can do something like this. I'm on the fence a little bit. I guess what I'm thinking is we can do something like that. Is this Carpenter Brute? Carpenter Brute? I don't know what you're saying. Sorry, you lost me again. You know what? Let's have it going. Let's have this river going to a... Oh, the music. I'm sorry. Phantom hit. Let's see if we can... No. So, the song is called Phantom Hit, but I got it as part of the Stream Beats collection, which is made just for situations exactly like this, where you have a streamer that needs a lot of royalty-free music. But as a result, I really don't know what each artist is. I could probably track it down, but I don't know off the top of my head. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, Stream Beats is great. Just loads of great royalty-free music. It's something like 500 songs. So as much as I've streamed, I've heard all of these before, but not that many times. And so I'm still really happy to have it. Where does Barony's music fall in that regard? I've used it for my Angband videos before. So we just don't have the time and energy to worry about, people just using Barony's music for whatever they want to. But it is, it is copyrighted content. So it's technically not legal to use it on anything that you profit on. But Barony is like an open source product, and we, kind of believe in that principally. So it's not something we'd like. I don't imagine us going after anyone for using stuff, but like we're selling our soundtrack, and So it would follow the rules that any product would follow in terms of, you know, what you can and can't use it for. But like, I see YouTube videos all the time that use like stuff from Mario or Kirby games, and like, you know, there's a lot you can get away with that even like Nintendo doesn't come after you for, and they're incredibly litigious. So you certainly don't have to worry about us as long as you're, you know, not just straight up profiting off of like just our music, something like that. Wholesale steals the entire game. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Pegasus? There aren't a lot of fountains in the swamp, so go ahead and do that. I'm gonna, like, the idea of this, the premise of this room is that, you know, the river is feeding down into this fountain somehow, or it's coming from the fountain, one of the two. That's kind of what I'm trying to sell with this variant. And that's E. Save map attributes, E. Okay. Does this mean we have permission to just yank the entirety of the artwork if my friends and I ever sit down and rebuild Barony and mind test? No. No, that is not what that means. Yeah, you cannot legally redistribute our assets. Boo! Well, if you can compile our code and steal all of our assets, that means you've stolen our entire game without paying for it, which means I don't have a job anymore and we can't make any more Barony content because I have to find another job. You know, do what you think is right. I like this. Art like textures is client-side stuff, so that would be legitimately distributing. Well, I mean, they would have to get it themselves. So, like, with Doom, just like take Doom for example. Like, the engine is open source, but you can't have all the levels to Doom unless you have a copy of Doom. What do you mean levels are server side? It's all content assets that are loaded locally. Or are you talking about mind test? Like specifically mind test? Either way, if the textures are client side, that means that individual has to own Barony and they have to copy those assets into your folder themselves. It'd be like writing a Minecraft mod that randomly generates Barony levels. Okay, but still, like, the person using the assets has to own the assets before they have them legally. Textures would be theft. Yeah. I mean, any distribution and use of our assets would be theft. All right. Okay, so with the completion of Swamp 5E. We've done 25 new levels today. And let's just, including recreating the ones that already existed. So this was, let's just do a quick review here. Please don't DMCA me, my channel won't survive. Okay. Like I said, plenty of other channels use like even Nintendo music and people don't come after them, so. I don't know about level design, like can you even claim ownership of a hallway so many meters long? Is that subject to IP? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if, the thing that would be impossible to deny is if you took our level files and then used them to create your, like, if you, it's just like the same thing with code. Like you can't copyright a string of code, but if you have a block of code that has a function and you just copy paste it wholesale. Like the whole thing with Facebook, the reason why Facebook still belongs to Mark Zuckerberg is because he wrote all of his own code. He didn't use any of the code that the original creators of Facebook made. Copyright lectures with law PhD, Mr. Sneak. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually not that well versed on this copyright stuff. I just being in the industry long enough and seeing which mods get removed versus which ones that don't, and what Nintendo can take down and what they can't. It's like if you literally use our assets, there's no denying that you used our assets, and so that's a theft. But if you like recreate a level using your own method, then like that's, you can't copyright game mechanics, and that would include level design, like you're saying, Pegasus. If we ever want to put Barony into mind test, I'll come around and ask you and Sheridan for permission to drop the static levels in at least. Okay. Alright, so this is Swamp 01. This is, you'll recognize this one as the one with the short hallway and then this big open L-shaped room here. So, I've got a version of it where it converts into a little hermit hovel where you've got a water access place you got to get in here with. We've got this one that turns it into a bridge, like a pit with bridges over it, and you can throw an item to open this gate. We've got this one, which is like a park. Turns the whole thing into like a nice little indoor garden. And then this one with a fountain sort of shrine, and then an open south end. I don't think I'm going to go through all 25. It would take too long. This one to the F. Oh yeah, this one was, what was the original one on this? Okay, yeah, just a square room. So we've got a bridge in the middle version. We've got 2 rooms version. We got a double bridge version with pillars. And we got this one where we have alcoves that you can only get to by swimming, and 2 different shaped, different oriented islands. 3B. Oh yeah, we got another pit. 3. So this is the one that had the corner swim areas that like spiders and stuff would get trapped on. We've done a lot of freaking levels today. Yes, we got some suspended bridges here. We've got this version where the water leads out to the wild. What is this? I've got my view. What's the hotkey for this? All layers, Control L. I'll have to remember that. Oh yeah, we've got this one where if you approach from the left, you have to go to the top. If you approach from the right, you have to go to the bottom. And this one where if you walk through it, then 4 skeletons pop out to attack you. And then the river one. Oh, this one was fun to do. So this is the one with this zigzag-shaped river where we have our guy hiding with a treasure chest. Now we have a version where there's an open pillar with a fountain and then more of like a swamp hut with a monster inside. The one with an island in the middle and an archer skeleton on it. We've got a bridge over a chasm with the 2 waterfalls falling in the middle from both directions. And then we have this one, which is sort of like the workshop built on a river. This one is that's gonna make a big difference. And then the straight up and down river one, which I just thumbed through a moment ago. So Mindtest, if you don't know, is a voxel engine where you script all game logic. And Lua, Mindtest itself has no game logic. It all runs server side except testers. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about Mindtest, so I appreciate that. So with, let's see, swamps. How many swamp levels are there? 34. So by doing 25 more today, we've already added another like 75% more levels to the swamps. But it's not going to mean squat until we have variants for every single one of them. And the reason why I say that is because every time one of these levels loads, it will then load one of my 5 new submap levels that I've added. And so if I have a level without 5 submaps, then you will see that map a disproportionate quantity of times. And so it's actually really important that I replace all, or that I provide submap versions of all of the maps. Otherwise, we will not get the effect that we want in terms of the impact on levels. And I gotta say, since I redid the mines with this new approach, the mines are so much more fun to play, to the point where like I have a hard time playing other tile sets now because I just expect more variety in the game, and it's disappointing. And I hate to say that because I know y'all love the game. And so that should just go to show and provide hope, like how much cool stuff is going to go in this update, and how interesting and exciting the new content is that we're just adding for free. We didn't even promise we were going to do this. I'm just doing it because I want to, and I'm sick of making trailers this week, so I wanted to do something else. All right, it is almost 7 o'clock my time, which means I got to wrap up and head to dinner or join my family for dinner. So I wanted to thank y'all for coming and hanging out. Is the ETA for update privy to public knowledge? I mean, there's no real ETA, you know. Next couple months, it's really important for us to get it out. We're targeting, you know, before end of October to go gold, but then we got to still deal with publisher Nintendo stuff. I'm not sure how much testing is going to hold us back. So, I mean, just like before, the answer is kind of like soon, as soon as we can. And we're going to have an open beta as soon as we go gold, probably. So, out by Christmas would be best. I hope so. If we go past Christmas, then we're going to be digging a hole financially, and we don't want to do that. So, we really got to get this out and sell some games to stay in business. And I'm not kidding. All right, folks. You have a great Thursday. Thanks again for coming to hang out. I really appreciate you. And maybe I'll be doing more of this tomorrow. I think that would be for the best. It would soothe my soul to continue this. Got you 31 of the last couple of days. Oh, thank you. Good. Glad you're evangelizing. Have a good day. You too. Thanks, Grotesque. Thanks for hanging out. All right. Cheers, y'all. Bye.